Hello, everybody, and we're back. How's it going? It's been a while. Hey, One Box T, Ian the IT guy, play game for fun. Hey, Manovic has a watch streak of 15 streams. That's a lot of streams. How are you all doing? Oh, why am I changing the volume from there? I can change it. I can change it from here way easier than I can change it from here. I forgot about that. There we go. How do you like my new setup? I got a new, I made a little music widget. Just an iframe and an HTML doc. Really super simple. You can see my mouse interact with it, but whatever. It's alright. Now you can see the titles of the songs. And, if you go to my YouTube, which is Voxelize, there's a playlist called Bitstream, which is all the music that we play here on stream. And you can check out the videos from the original artists on their channels, or the whatever, the producers, or I don't know who's publishing it, but they say it's royalty free, so we're rolling with it. All right, about to step into one of the worst games ever, so ask me again in a couple of hours. Uh-oh. I'm afraid to ask. We're not gonna drag anybody through the mud. That's not what we're here to do. Right. So I've been away for a week and a half, and I don't remember what we were doing at all. Let's see. Touche's... If it's Touche's game, it's not the worst game ever. Don't tell lies. Touche's team over at Touche Studios makes great stuff. That is the name of the game. Oh, I see. I am out of the loop. I did see that before, and I forgot that was the game. So it is pretty funny to have that be the title. The worst game ever. I see we've got a whole bunch of rage faces. Is it all parkour? Is it just 1x1 block parkour? Holy crap. Oh, do they turn green when you jump on them? They made it easier and less rage-inducing. Panda, that makes it sound like it's not the worst game ever anymore. It makes it sound like it's slightly better than the worst game ever. It's also multiplayer. Oh, good grief. Do they turn red when you jump on the green ones? It's 1,000 blocks. Jump on a block to turn it green. If you fall, all blocks reset to red. Jumping on a green block turns back to red. I feel like I'd be okay at this game, except for the falling part. That would, I've never jumped 1,000 times without falling. Rogue Zombie made a new version for me. I've never made 1,000 consecutive good jumps in any game ever. That's why I like Super Meat Boy, because the levels are only like 15 to 30 seconds long. And you do fall like 1,000 times before you beat the level. But you fall 1,000 times, but there's only like maybe a max of like 50 jumps. I got to 145. That's not very far, Panda. I think you can do better than that. Oh, okay. The coffee this morning is not sitting well with my stomach, so we're gonna see how this goes. Alrighty. One Box T getting competitive with Panda. Panda, you know I love you, so just kidding. But nah, I got 410. Hey Web3, hey DJ Pollywood over on YouTube. How's it going over there in YouTube land, everybody? Panda's commenting on all three platforms at the same time. she's that's what real viewers do. They watch on all platforms at the same time so they can engage with all three chats. Of course, Panda could do this all through Restream and just comment as the Sandbox and then do it all from one place. But you know, Panda, we all know Panda's a real try hard. So we're gonna go do good. There we go. 137 for Ian the IT guy. What is that, Panda? What is that? You're licking half dork's face. Okay, that's what that emote is. Alright, let's see if I can remember what we were actually doing in our game here for the Builders Challenge. I remember we got the bucket working with all its various animation states. So we could pick up the bucket. We could fill it up. Oh, we don't have any audio on the game. One second. Oh, I remember what we were doing. I just heard the music and remembered we were setting up the crowd events. So we made it so that way anytime we give a berry, a Smurf berry, to pop a Smurf here, or every time we put it in the crate, it will make us a new potion that will teleport us over here. I'm pretty sure that was all working correctly. I just want to turn off the music here real quick. I think it was coming out of this guy. We're going to turn this to 3D sound. Actually, we wanted it 3D sound anyway. We don't like 3D sound for music usually because it can distort as your camera moves around, does some weird Doppler effects. I'm not sure if it's still doing that in 0.10. I haven't really tried it out in 0.10. But we want to make sure that this sound is only audible in this area. So we can make our sound range like that. So we can't really reach this from any other buildings. Maybe we'll make it a little bit louder or reach a little bit further. So if we jump on the other buildings, we can kind of hear it off in the distance. Let's see what that sounds like. Web3 asks, how was my trip? It was good. It was pretty good. We went to Cape Cod for my older daughter. I've got a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old, almost 9. And my older one is in the competition team for her dance school. And they did pretty good. The competitions, they do have like first place, second place, third place. Yeah, they've got like that top 10 ranking, and then they got a bunch of like special little awards, like the judges will give out things like, oh, best most energizing show, or biggest smiles, or one was called Cutie Patootie for like, it was like a couple like 5-year-old girls got it, I think. So they have all those, but then everybody kind of gets participation trophies, but they have a weird kind of hard to understand ranking system, and almost everybody gets the Platinum Award. Platinum Award is like good. There's gold, high gold, platinum, high platinum, and you hear like maybe 1 or 2 people get high platinum. Almost everybody gets platinum, and then you hear a couple get like high gold, which means like, yeah, they were okay, but they don't want any of the girls to like feel bad about it, so they all sound like super special prizes. But her team got platinum, and one of their dance routines got the Energizing Award or something like that. The judge said it woke her up like a cup of coffee. It's a little esoteric, but it was cute, and they did really well. So that was one day, and then we just spent the rest of the weekend in Cape Cod, and we got to go to the beach. Spent 4 hours at the beach. I got a nice little sunburn going on. I'm mostly recovered. My much paler wife and older daughter are still applying aloe vera, and my youngest daughter is darker brown than me. She like sucked up all of my dad's Mexican genetics, like more than I had to give. I don't know where it came from. So she tans like nothing else, and she looks great. So we had a good time. Got all sandy at the beach, and went to an arcade and go-karts, and saw Despicable Me 4. Had a grand old time. All right, so can we hear the music from over here? Let's see. Okay, we can just barely hear it. You might not even be able to hear it over the other music. So we get a little hint that there's a party going down over here. We're like, how do we get up there? Maybe we'll have an NPC and go like, there's something going on over there. I hear Papa Smurf has a way. Papa Smurf has the secret. The secret to getting in. Hey, Garnikin. Thank you. It's on like Donkey Kong. One Box T and Panda are about ready to duke it out. All right, let's make sure that our whole Smurf Berry thing is working here. So we can get the Smurf Berry before the quest starts. It grows. Take away the water bucket. We pick up our Smurf Berry. And we put the Smurf Berry by the crate here, but it's not going to do anything until we talk to Papa Smurf. So we talk to Papa Smurf, and okay, so it doesn't see the berry. Now it does. So I think that's all right. Most people aren't going to be grabbing it before getting the quest. But if they do, they just kind of like pick it up and go, huh? And then bring it back and poof, it's gone. And then Papa Smurf says, hey, have a potion. And we go, huh? A potion? What's that about? Let's try getting a berry before we get the potion. Just see what happens. Oh, that's right. We have to harvest it. Drops the berry. We pick it up. Okay, so it does still say the bit about it needing water. So we got a potion. Alright. We got our dance floor up here. That's working fine. Let's see if our other potion is here. Okay, so I think we consumed both potions at the same time. Does Papa Smurf say anything else? Alright, we mentioned that the dance party was fun. We could go back. Interesting, so trying to harvest it resets the berry so it doesn't spawn. So we pick that up. I think we need to make it so that way we can't interrupt the grow animation. Now we harvest. Take the berry, get a potion, and we're back. Okay, so everything's basically working. There's just a few quirks that I would like to clean up. I like making sure that the interactions feel natural. That's really important to me as somebody who messes around with game mechanics a lot, like trying to break the game, is I want to try to make all the game statuses make sense. So I can't complete something before it's done with its process. I can't do something before it's supposed to be done. Or if I can, like, it makes sense that I can do it. So, like, we can carry that berry over to the crate, but it's not going to make the potion because Papa Smurf hasn't talked to us about doing it yet. So I try to make sure that all of those various interactions make sense for the player and that they don't end up confused as to, like, why does the game work like this? Because that's actually a problem that happens sometimes in games for people who don't play games as much. There was an article I read years ago about a guy who watched his girlfriend, who was not a gamer, play games and just observed the things that she did. And for those of us who grew up playing video games, whether on retro systems or modern, there's a lot of things that we just get used to that become part of the language of playing games. with the way inventories behave and quest systems and interacting with NPCs. Some NPCs being killable, some not being killable. There's just a lot of things that make sense to us as gamers that for a normal human, because gamers aren't normal, for a normal non-gamer, they don't know why certain logical things work certain ways. So if we can try to make everything make sense in different contexts for more players, then more people will have an enjoyable time and you might get more mass appeal. So yeah, if you're not a gamer, like Quixilol, I don't know if I'm saying that right. I don't know if it's supposed to be like Spanish, in which case I'm not gonna say it right. But yeah, if you're not a gamer, we want to make sure that this game still kind of makes sense to you. Now, we can't change everything about this, like the E to interact, WASD, the mouse interactions, like those are kind of built in. You have to get used to those. But as far as the logic of why do we do things when we do them, what can we experiment with, we can try to make sure that those interactions make sense in a certain order. Or they make sense when they're done out of order, too. When $8? I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball as much as I would like to. I can say, if you got a time machine and you went back to 2021, that was an $8 time. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Hey Nervex, how's it going? Bring back the Sandbox game. That's what we're doing. I mean, we can't really bring it back. It's right here, right in front of us. Can I find a friend with Sandbox? So there is a way. There is social interactions. I don't think I can do it here. Oh, I can do it here. Sweet. I wasn't sure if this was going to work in the Game Maker because we're in the Game Maker, not the game client. So this is the building environment. But we do still have access to the social stuff. So if you open up a chat, this chat here, this is all the comments that have been made on games that I've made, both in the game client and in the Game Maker. So people playing my games, this is the chat, and it's across all of my games. So most of this chat actually happened in the last experience we made, because I haven't published this one yet. So people chat in here while they're playing, and then I can click on them, and you can see that, you know, they got so many followers, so many friends. So I think, yeah, I think that means 50 people follow them and they follow back 36 people. I'm not entirely sure exactly how those numbers work. So if I unfollow Panda, because really Panda's not very cool, so we're gonna unfollow Panda. Okay, so friends and followers went down, but if I follow her back, because Panda's actually really awesome. It didn't. Okay, yeah, both numbers did go up. Oh, pending. Pending? What? Does she have to accept it now? Oh no. I think because I unfollowed her settings locked me out. I'm no longer friends with Panda. Be like, hey, friend me back. Can't send a private message to an offline player. Oh, okay. Oh, well. We'll see. Bring back the Sandbox Evolution. Oh, well, I'm not involved with that team. So, back in 2018, something like that. The Pixel, which made the Sandbox and Sandbox Evolution, got bought by Anmuka Brands, and so I believe there are still some people working on Sandbox Evolution. I don't know how much. I think they're just making sure it keeps up to date with the latest iOS version. But I'm not sure. I don't work with those people, so I don't really know what they're up to with Sandbox Evolution. But definitely the main focus that the majority of employees are now working on the 3D Sandbox game. Onebox T says, Alex, by any chance, do you know what is the max camera pitch while playing with a third-person camera? I know in the Game Maker I can lock it to 90 degrees, so basically top down. So it is slightly less than 90 degrees. I don't know how you would go about measuring this. I am sure somebody with enough... Oops. Falling off of buildings is dangerous. I don't recommend. I imagine somebody with some good trigonometry skills could make a make an avatar or make the player character like a straight up and down line and see like exactly where that lines up with the keeping in mind the perspective and things like that to figure out what that angle is. I have not taken trigonometry in a long time. I did not understand trigonometry at all in high school. It was like a dark evil magic language of some arcane spells, and I did not understand sine, cosine, tangent, and all that stuff. And then in college, I had to do trigonometry, and they gave me like a 1-page like write-up of all the stuff, and I stared at it for like 3 hours, and then it just clicked, and I was like, oh, this is actually really easy. And I did really well in that class, and now I haven't used trigonometry since that class, and I don't remember any of it anymore. So it's been a good 2010, about like 14 years or so since I took trigonometry and used trigonometry. So I do not know how you would calculate what this is, but this is as high as it goes. It's almost 90 degrees. It's like if this is 45, yeah, I don't know how you would, what you would call that. Maybe like 85 degrees, something like that. Bitfox says, hi Alex, welcome back. Hey Bitfox. Bitfox has been crushing it with the Wizzyverse mage raids. So Wednesdays and Saturdays on Lucas's Mind stream here in the Sandbox, you can join us playing people's games. We're raiding as many Builders Challenge games as possible, and just trying to, support all the creators in the ecosystem, but giving you, the players, some cool rewards back for it. So if you register, you have to go to our Discord, Wizzyverse, discord.gg/Wizzyverse, and register through the announcement form there. And you can just earn points by hanging out with us in game, and we'll take screenshots of whoever's playing with us. All the rules are there. But the Bitfox is one of our ambassadors in the Wizzyverse, and they have absolutely been crushing the scoreboard. They are going to be getting the max rewards for sure. I mean, unless some of the other ambassadors really up their game, I think the Bitfox is going to be winning a very special Wizzy hat for having the most ambassador points in that. Did I see the fox duck? I did. I think I was away when I noticed it, and so I didn't get a chance to say anything, and then I've been busy. But it is super adorable. Wait, where is it? Here it is. Fox duck. So I need to figure out where I'm gonna put these ducks. I've got a few different ducks, and just like we have a in this experience we have finding all the raccoons, I want to do one where we find all the ducks, maybe. But I need to make sure that I don't know if I want to put a duck in each experience, or if I want to have one experience that's like dedicated to ducks. I feel like having a duck in each experience will help me tie it together for an Easter egg, but if I wanted to put something special in one experience that references all the others for having found the ducks, I would need duplicate copies of all the ducks. So I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to make that work, but we'll see. But will they bring it back? So can you not get it anymore? The Sandbox Evolution? Last I knew it still existed. If I go to the App Store, oh, I need to plug my phone in. Sandbox Evolution. It still shows up on iOS for me, and the original Sandbox too. So I don't know if you can see. Of course, the brightness is never right, but we got Sandbox Evolution and the original Sandbox. That's on iOS though. I don't know what system you're on. But it still shows them as available to download. Let me grab my charger cable here. I haven't plugged my phone in since we got back from vacation. my charger is still in my bag. Sorry about all that noise. Trying to make a line across my screen for side jumps on the worst game ever. Wait. Oh, so you can like measure? That sounds like cheating. That's the people who play like Counter-Strike, was it 1.6 or whatever, and they would put like a piece of tape on the middle of their screen for where their crosshairs would be. I saw a lot of your videos about Sandbox Evolution. I thought you were the developer. Sorry. So I am an artist for the Sandbox, and the Sandbox Evolution is made, like, the CEO of the company for the Sandbox is the same as the one who did the old Sandbox and Sandbox Evolution. It's just that the development team, like, those games are pretty old now. I mean, the original Sandbox game came out 10 years ago, something like that. Sandbox Evolution came out 7 years ago, I think. I don't have the dates in front of me. So those are pretty old for those games, and I'm pretty sure there's some people who maintain them as far as making sure, because whenever there's a new iOS update, you need to make sure that your game is like compatible with the latest stuff to make sure that it still runs. I think somebody still takes care of that, but I don't think that they're really making new content for those games, as far as I know. But I've never worked on the Sandbox Evolution. I joined when they started working on the 3D Sandbox, and so all of my experiences is here. 700 to 750 MMC in 1 week. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what that means. I think I either missed the context. Quixilol. When you try to open it, it crashes. So there was a Discord for Sandbox Evolution. Market cap? I leave those questions for Joe. So Joe, the Vision X, one of our other streamers occasionally here on the Sandbox, and also my business partner in the council, I go to him for all the financial questions. So while crypto stuff interests me, I don't really focus too much on tokenomics. I focus more on like ecosystem and how community interacts with features, and not so much on the monetary token stuff. So those are great questions, but I'm not gonna be able to answer too much about that stuff, because it's kind of outside the scope of what I do. And that's why I have Joe around. Joe and I are good buddies, and I leave all those questions to him, and I let him be the big brains on that part. So yeah, as far as Sandbox Evolution, I think there's still a Discord for it, so if it's crashing, you might be able to report it there. I'm not, like I said, I've never worked on Sandbox Evolution, so I don't really know who's doing what or what's the latest with that. OneBucksT says, by the way, I'm going to stream, but don't mind me, guys. Just easier to stream and share the VOD for Touche, since I agreed to share a video from start to finish to show there was no exploits. How do you exploit a game where you jump from block to block? Like, how would you exploit that? You still have to do all the blocks, right? Would an exploit be like you jump on one block and they all turn green? Does Sandbox create for connecting with people, like meeting in the universe and with voice chat? So, good question, Beat, on Twitter there. So you can chat, and you can meet up with people, but there's no voice chat, and joining a friend directly is not hard necessarily, but your results may vary, and it kind of depends on the experience. So some experiences are single player, some are multiplayer. We're setting this one up to be multiplayer. And if you, while you're playing, you can see that there's this little icon up here. It'll show you how many people are playing your game. Now, obviously, this is just in test mode. This isn't live. But it would show me how many other players are here. And I could go in the chat and do, I'm going to hide myself so that way you can see the chat. So you would type in / users. It would tell you who's playing. So right now it's just me. You could do / instances, and it says you are playing on instance 1. Now that's because I'm in test mode, but it would give me I think a 6-digit number to show which server I'm in, basically, for this experience, which server instance. And then you can do /join, and then you would type whatever the number is, and you could join another player. So if you're in the chat and you know your friend is playing the same experience, you're both in We See the Greens City Garden, you could say, hey, I'm in instance 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then the other player could say /join 1 2 3 4 5 6, and they would be moved over to your instance as long as there's space, because there's a 20 player maximum in one instance. So you can join other players, and then you can run around and play with each other, but there's no voice chat or proximity chat yet. It is possible for the future. I think it's Agoria, I think is the name of the chat client that we use. I believe they do have voice chat features in their system. I'm not sure if we're adding those or how soon you might see those features, but it is a thing that exists, so it is possible. Wumpox T says magic fart. Well then, okay. I don't know why, but hey, Team SebGA, how's it going? All right, so we wanted to make sure some of these berry interactions were working all right here. So let's go ahead and select our berry bush, and I'm still hidden. Where am I? There I am. Let's make sure our stuff is all organized here, because we were being neat and tidy with these folders. So we want to add another folder that is rooftop dance party, and we're going to add all of our wire fences to that. Our dance floor and boombot can go in there as well, and all these potion containers can go in. Well, this one's the spawner, so this is going to be potion spawner, and we're going to move that over to the Smurfberry quest. And these other potion containers are just decorations, so we'll move them into decorations. OneBucksT says people were leaving /respawn ready in chat, and if they were about to fall, they would hit enter, aka magic parts. Oh, that was the exploit. Is that what you're saying? /respawn to be your magic part. What I miss is that you used to be able to recover what your last thing was. So if you hit the up key, so like let's say we did /instances in the chat, then I could hit the up arrow and it would bring up the last thing that I had typed in there. We used to be able to do that, so /respawn was actually like really fast to do. You know what would be neat? I don't know if it would work in a multiplayer game. If you wanted to do this in a multiplayer game, you would need to do it per team, and you would need 20 teams if you have the max 20 players. You could use a number key as a hotkey for respawning. So if you went into your gameplay, game rules, rules, triggers, key input, select key, we'll do number 1. Message on key down, respawn, and I think that's all we would need. And then we just go to our player plate and we go to our health, death event, respawn, instant message, respawn. We're gonna add it, so I don't mess with the default. And then, like I said, I don't know if this would work in multiplayer or not, but if I jump off, yeah. So in this case, this would, if the idea is that doing /respawn, oh, I didn't quite, it didn't quite work. If we do /respawn, and then I click out of it, and the idea is I jump off the edge. So that brings me back without dying. So that is an exploit, I guess. The way you mitigate something like that is you make the distance that you have to fall much shorter. Basically, underneath each of your blocks, you could have maybe like an invisible glass block, and the something like this, where they can't jump back. Seems like it would be a lot of work, but if you made this block transparent, so it's like as clear as possible, so it's not like really super visible. It might become visible with multiple layers stacked up, but make this have a massive amount of damage. So as soon as a player steps on it, they die. And it would be very difficult for a player to jump off and respawn without hitting that. The other thing you could do, and I think actually would be way more effective, is have a reset on your spawner. So you don't necessarily have to kill the player if they respawn, but have logic, the same logic that resets all the blocks when you die, and you don't even actually have to have that logic on all the blocks anymore, just have it wherever the spawn plate is. So as soon as a player is in this spot, everything resets. Instead of doing it on fall. So whether they fall or whether they respawn, it will just automatically reset all the blocks. I think that would be the way to do it. The problem with that being, if another player spawns in while you're playing, I guess that would make it a problem for multiplayer. I'm not sure how you would do it then. I guess you would want to check is a player spawning is a player spawning into that location, does that count as an enter? So like the way we have the water sensor here, does that enter message, does that start when you first appear in a place? I guess would be a question to ask. So let's say Let's change this to a trigger volume. Enter message. Okay, so we're gonna spawn in this space. Enter messages enter, and we're going to add a health component here and have the card just die when we enter. So it doesn't appear there. Okay, but yeah, as soon as we're there, technically, it does. I guess you could do it with the checkpoint. So, have the initial spawn point be somewhere else. What does that actually look like in this game? Okay, so question about, because I don't know how this works. If any player falls, does it reset it for everybody? Or is this mechanic just single player? Because if it resets for everybody when one person falls, then this is the worst game ever. Like, I wouldn't want to play with anybody else. I don't trust anybody else. Except maybe One Box T to play with me. Because somebody else, it resets for everybody if any player falls. This is like that, oh, good grief. This is like Reddit. They have that pixel art. It's like a giant map, and any like one person can color a pixel, and they can do it like once every, I think, 10 seconds or something like that. I don't remember if there's actually a time limit. But basically, they'll have teams of people going like, okay, this area we're gonna draw, I don't know, Pepe the Frog or whatever, and they're all trying to draw that. And anybody else can go and interfere with them, but if you have enough people all trying to keep your pixel art the same, on average, you'll be able to keep it correct over there. This is kind of like that, except a game. You were part of the Star Wars Reddit. We do a poster each year. Yeah, it's I've never participated because I don't have that much time in my life. It's the kind of thing that I would get obsessive about. I'm like, I would just stay away because I would get sucked into it and be like, no, we gotta keep it. It must stay pure. Or like, yeah, like Twitch plays with Pokemon, 1,000 people, one controller. They actually beat the fan. I went to say Final Four, and I was like, no, wait, the Fantastic Four. Like, no, that's something different. Final Four. Is it called the Final Four? For some reason, that sounds like a basketball thing to me. It's been a long time since I played Pokemon, like actual Pokemon, not Pokemon Go. So, okay. So if you don't want the player to reset, I think you can activate a checkpoint. /respawn will always take you to a checkpoint. So what you want to have happen is the spawn plate should be separate from the checkpoint. You could maybe have a temporarily disable the reset when a new player spawns in. So you have the spawn plate, and you have they spawn in a room, a separate room. So let's do this somewhere else. Here we go. Do it over here. So you've got your spawn plate, and you spawn like inside of a room where you can't mess with anything. And maybe there's a message that says like what the rules are, you know, like an introduction to the space. Okay, so here's your start area. And the player spawns in there, and they get a little pop-up that says like, hey, here are the rules, you know, make sure you go and join the Fun Guy Discord server, and you know, all the other things that they want to say at the beginning. You go through those introductory messages, and then the actual checkpoint is up here. And when you click that final message, it deactivates the reset logic and turns on a trigger volume that looks for player exit. And once the player exits, then it goes back to the dying reset logic. And basically you would only get one exploit out of this without it being super... It would be super annoying to exploit it, because if, you know, you go through your startup logic, and it turns off the trigger volume for resetting the blocks. So somebody could respawn into this space doing their slash respawn exploit, but they'd only be able to do it once, because as soon as they jump out, then that trigger would show that they had exited, and it would turn the reset logic back on. So every time they jump out of this space, the new player that logged in would have to log out and log back in again to go through this startup and reactivate the checkpoint. It would make doing the exploit harder than just playing the game. Maybe not harder, but more annoying. And literally anybody could interrupt it in the process. So really there would be no point to it, I think. They may have, and you know, I don't know the way all their logic works and stuff. They may have an even better way of doing that. Or some other thoughts based on what they want to do with the game. So that's just how my initial thought of how to set that up would be. You want to have a new player spawning in. You don't want it to mess it up for everybody else. But then you want to use a checkpoint. And from the checkpoint, respawning to that checkpoint is the thing that would reset the game. I think. That's my thought. Panda wanted me to go over something, and I don't remember what it was. Are you still here, Panda? I think I have a Discord message for it. If I can open that up. She's probably here, but wants you to suffer for having unfriended her. But I added her back. Let's see. Where did she ask me? This is the difficulty when you work with somebody in like multiple companies and you're like in multiple friend groups. It's like, where did we have this conversation? I know who I had the conversation with, but where did we have the conversation? Probably would have been here. Where did she ask me? Good grief. She wanted me to go over some sort of logic. Oh, it was about, I remember what it was about. It was about having messages on item pickup or like, on equip. So if you had a question about that, let's go over that. So let's grab a piece of equipment. We're gonna go with the Ruinous Age Heirloom Artifact from VoxEdit. So let's say we wanted a gate to open when we equip that. So by default, it is closed. Opening is animated. Message to open is going to be equip. Right. Starting state's closed. All right, and then we make this equipable. Collectible. Oh, and this is a multiplayer door, so we need to make this multiplayer collectible. So obviously there's going to be logic here that's going to be different based on what your multiplayer setup, what your single player setup is. But as far as just sending a message, it's pretty simple. You have a collectible. Collect action could be collision, could be interact. We're going to edit our logic and equip on broadcast, message on equip, and equip broadcast type. So we're going to send to all, but we could send it to just the player. Like if we wanted to have it kill the player, you can make cursed equipment. Actually, I'm curious about that one. We'll come back to that. But you could have it sent to the rules system too. Message on equip, so we're going to leave it as all, and equip is going to be our message there. And hit play. It's pretty simple, but you do have to use that edit logic button to open it up. So we picked up our item, and now we need to prove our worth as a warrior and equip the item. And we can see that the door has already started opening up even before we got our inventory screen down. So I would suggest, depending on your use case, you might want to put a delay on that. So you could have, because you don't know when a player is going to put something on, and it might it might not register to the player that them having equipped the item is what actually opened the thing. So one thing you can do is you can do a sound effect. And we're going to do objective complete. And we'll edit the logic and we'll make it play on equip. So this will tell the player, hey, I equipped something, and then I got this sound. So that's one thing that you can do. You can also have it turn on some other logic. So like, we could have like a trigger volume, or we could even like spawn a plate. So have your equip message make something else activate, so that way when you get near the door opens, and just kind of chain the logic together that way. So that way you the player knows that, hey, I equipped the thing, which is what opens the door. Maybe even you go up to the door and it goes, you can't pass until you have this item equipped. The only thing is that I'm pretty sure there's no way to have the player lose the message. There's no equip off, right? If you take off the equipment, there's no message that gets sent. Which would be nice too, to like require certain equipment. I don't think there's a way that you could really do that. Like, you could have other equipments turn off that message, but if a player is using their own inventory items, then it's not going to work. Now, what happens if we do message on collect is going to be respawn. Will this kill us? I spawned with the equipment. That's funny. Oh, I did the wrong thing. I want edit logic. Respawn. What? So it did kill us. Wait, did it? But now we're not holding it anymore. I don't know, that's weird. Alright, we're gonna do the news of the week, and I will be back. I'm gonna take a little break here.
Hello and welcome to the news of the week. Kicking off the news of the week, Show City. Make sure to enter the Show City Land raffle. It is now currently live. There is also a really special giveaway happening over on Layer 3, where you can be in for a chance to win a free plot of land. So Show City NFT at the end of the land sale, 10 holders of the NFT will receive a free plot of land. So hop on over to Layer 3 and follow all of the instructions, and you can be in for a chance. Not only will you get a free NFT, but you can be in for a chance to get a free plot of land. Definitely go check that out. 15,000 sand reward pool to everyone that completes the quest. A Fox NFT for reward for participants of the Little Prince's team. A group of Wild Bird NFTs, rewards for participants of the Aviations team. And Little Prince Planet NFT. There is also an exclusive reward to unlock your reward. Transform at least one avatar before the end of the event. So this is another transformation event. So depending on which team you want to choose, so let's click the plus button on the Little Prince. It will take you to the NFT that you will need to own to be able to burn and transform any avatar to choose your team. If you have any additional questions, please ask the streamer to explain a little bit more about the transformation event. Rabbids Rockstar event is happening, and we'll have a little look at more information about that very soon. July Avatar Owner Rewards. Now, if you're a holder of any of the avatars minted via the Sandbox, then you should go check out your claims page. One of these team uniforms. So make sure to claim that. There is also a special reward for people that own at least one entire uniform, play the experiences, earn the EP, and they will be able to earn a special NFT as well as 5 sand. You need to own an entire one uniform, not just one item of that uniform. Builders Challenge number 2, the return of the Builders Challenge, is we are now entering week 4 of this 10-week challenge, 1.5 million sand reward pool. Make sure to go check the Medium article or hop on over to the forum to find out more information about the Builders Challenge. Back to the Rabbids Rockstars. This has multiple reward pools, which I absolutely love. This one has reward pools based on the rarity of the avatars that you own. If you own a common rabbit, you'll get 10,000 sand. If you own an uncommon rabbit, that is also a prize pool of 10,000 sand for those owners. There is a 15k sand pool for the lunar rabbit avatar holders. So you guys aren't being left out. If you already own a rabbit lunar New Year avatar, you have a 15k sand prize pool there. And then there is also a 15k sand prize pool shared between all players that complete the event. Just keep in mind that you will need to complete all rewards. That's 20 EP. Now on to our mentions of the week. Our first mention goes to a content creator, as well as a builder and artist, Pet's Kitchen. They are streaming the experience Pet's Kitchen, but you can go find them on Twitch as Pet's Kitchen. Make sure to go drop them a follow, go join in and play with them. Next up is Bubble Blaster Experience, and they have an event currently running right now. So the experience is called Bubble Blaster by Anna Joyce. Make sure to check out the event details. It lasts until the 22nd of July, so you don't have long left for this one. Our next mention goes to a collection, VoxEdit contest winners. This collection has recently been updated to include some more of the more recent assets that have won our VoxEdit contest, have been allocated Catalyst to mint. We've got the Death Clock over here from the Gothic contest. We have the amazing Bee and Cherry Tree Spirit from the Spring VoxEdit contest. We have the Gothic Grand Piano. We're also going to give a shout out to Sand Zeus, who does stream but also makes fantastic assets. Make sure to go follow them, see what they're doing, tune in to their live streams on Thursdays. Thank you for tuning in to the News of the Week. If you would like to be featured within our News of the Week, make sure to reach out to PandaPops, aka me, and let me know if you've got some amazing assets or experiences or a fun contest that you're running for us to feature. And now, back to your regular scheduled content!
Hey, that's me. Please, Panda, exit from the tunnel. So I'm not sure why that happens. Like, it plays. I don't know what makes it do that, because I've got different things going on for the audio, and we've got all this going on. So Panda's on the audience mix, and then also on my personal mix. But I don't see why that would make it sound like she's in a tunnel. I mean, there's I can hear a little bit more reverb in her audio than my audio, but that's just like the room that she's in. But it's not like aggressive. Like what happens if I do this?
Hello and
Let me turn this on.
City. Make sure to enter the Show City Land raffle.
Does it sound better that way?
Currently live. There is also a really special giveaway happening over on Layer 3, where you can...
So that's the exact same video file. And I don't know why playing it through OBS has a ton of reverb and playing it through VLC doesn't. To me, it sounds exactly the same. But I haven't gone and like watched a VOD to see what it sounds like on the VOD. But she plays through which channel does she plays through system audio. 1 second.
Hello and welcome to the new...
Okay, news of the week. Monitor and output. So that's so I can hear what she's saying. Otherwise, I can't listen to the news. Let's try that.
Hello and welcome to the news of the week. Kicking off the news of the week, Show City. Make sure to enter the Show City Land
I can't
raffle.
Hear her at all,
it is now currently
I can
live.
Just see that the video's playing, but
there is also a really special giveaway happening over on Layer 3, where you can be in for a chance to win a free plot of land. So Show City NFT at the end of the land sale. 10 holders of the NFT will receive a free plot of land. So hop on over to Layer 3.
Hold on. I think I know what's going on. If we don't have desktop audio, it's at negative infinity decibels. What about this?
Hello and welcome to the news of the week. Kicking off the news of the week, Show City.
How was that? Was that better? Not too much, but too much? Wait. There is an echo. It was in the middle. I don't know. I don't know why. Wait, active sources only. Here. Oh. Maybe. So we got news of the week. I could run it through VLC, but then I've got like more things to set up. It's easy when it's just like when I can click on news and the audio source is right there. And then everything's like It makes it more seamless for you, if even if the audio experience is terrible. You don't have me fumbling with the controls and like VLC weirdness. Um, I'm trying to make it. I'm trying to give you the production value you deserve. So okay, we got news of the week. I wish I could see if this is coming through any other channels. That's the part that's like this doesn't tell me if when a channel is like it shows active or inactive, but it doesn't tell me like it doesn't tell me if something's going through it or not. There's no like levels on here. So if any of these are like creating some sort of feedback or echo, it doesn't indicate that. So I'm not sure why you're getting it. But what I have done also is I've turned off maybe if you get it through the system, what if I turn it off here? And then news of the week. Let's try this.
Hello and welcome to the news of the week. Kicking off the news of the
Yeah, you weren't getting anything there. Wait, you could hear that? What? Why? What?
Hello and welcome to the news.
Okay, so the weird thing is here, this green bar, it goes up anytime you can hear something. So when I talk, you hear that. If we play the music, well, the music isn't in this scene, but if we are on here, there we go. We play the music. Wait, can you hear the music right now? What? Okay, this is very confusing. So but it's low. Okay. So that's probably because of this. Is that louder now? Have I been using OBS wrong this whole time? How about some Sum 41 while you're at it? I would love to play Sum 41. However, I don't think I'm allowed to. So I thought you had to be able to hear things in audience mix in order for you to hear them at all. But it turns out I've just been making everything echoey for you this entire for over a year now. Because where's anybody on the stream team watching? Panda or Lucas? You around? If if they're in the call, on Discord, then they come in through my personal mix. Or sorry, through the audience mix. I don't have a Discord audio track here. Like, none of this is Discord. Yeah, I paused the music. That's it's not playing right now. Interesting. So basically, whenever there's been levels here, you've been hearing them anyway. So if I do uh where's Twitch? There we go.
Audio routing is confusing.
So that came through, but if I have it off,
OEHSBFLAHBVWBV HABLVHABLDFHVBALDSV.
I have no idea what that sounded like. It probably sounded amazing. What if I switch it to just being on my personal mix and not in the audience mix?
Does this work better?
Could you hear that? Hey, okay, so maybe this is what we need. So I have the audience mix turned off for system, but have it in my personal mix. The problem there being, like, if I mute my system audio, then you won't be able to hear it because I won't be able to hear it. Let's try it. Let's see. I turn it off to audience.
And now?
You still heard that? Weird. You hear my keyboard. My mic's been open the whole time. So yeah, I wasn't trying to mute myself. I'm just trying to figure out. So personal mix is like the stuff coming into my headphones, and audience mix is the stuff going into OBS. But OBS actually gives you both. So, like I said, audio routing can be very confusing because it's like sometimes you think you should be able to just like plug this into this and then you'll hear it, and it's like, well, but it's also plugged into this, so you actually hear it twice. And it's like, come on, why is this so complicated? Why is this so difficult to it's like you're trying to like plug cables into things, but the cables are virtual. So you can't, it's not like you pull a rope and the thing on the other end of the rope moves. It's like you pull the air and then multiple things move. It's like telekinesis, and you don't actually see the things that are connecting. So okay, so if the weird thing is I can't mute my system audio. So like there's no way for I mean, if I change I can say mute to all. Okay, that mutes it for everybody. Can I not mute to audience? Interesting. Oh, maybe because I don't know. That doesn't make sense. Sometimes it's a war just to get anything to detect the mic. That very true. Um. Oh man, my. For those of you who were back when we had Dead Mouse on the show, my mic decided to stop working minutes before that we went live. So we're there with Dead Mouse, who's like a very famous audio person. Like not just like music, but he's known for like audio mastering and like his technical proficiency with audio tools. And my mic, the USB mic just decides to die. Like I think it was the cable actually. The mic cable decided to die, and I'm scrambling trying to find something to replace it with. I think I ended up plugging in a different microphone that used a different cable. It was a mess, and I was like mortified that Joe and I were in a Discord call with Dead Mouse, and I'm like, my mic. And I like sounded awful, like the audio was all crunchy and gross sounding. Okay, so we've got that. So if I hit mute on system, and I go over here to news, and I started playing.
Hello and welcome to the news
still
of
hear
the week. Kicking off the news of the week, Show
Right.
City.
And if
Make
I
sure to
unmute it-
enter the Show City Land raffle. It is now currently
Is there
live.
is it any better or worse?
There is also a really special giveaway happening over on Layer 3, where you can be in for a chance to win a free plot of land.
Okay.
So Show City
So
NFT
I can-
at the end of the land sale.
I can mute
10
it to
holders
me,
of the
but I
NFT
can't
will
mute it
receive
to
a
you.
free plot of land. So hop on over to Layer 3 and follow all of the instructions.
People can meet in the Sandbox
and
instead of
you
Discord.
Can be in for
Yeah,
a
I mean,
chance. Not only will you get a
can
free
meet in
NFT,
Sandbox, just
but
not
you
with
can
the
be in
call.
for a chance to get
That's the thing that I think would be
free
cool,
plot
especially with
of
like
land.
proximity audio. It would be fun
Definitely
for like
go
hide and go seek
check
games and
that
stuff.
out. 15,000 sand reward pool to everyone that completes the quest. A Fox NFT for...
Abrasive. What's abrasive? All right. So I think let's see. I think so we've got it so that way the audio's not echoing anymore. So that's definitely an improvement. I really thought that it like you had to be able to see the levels and audience mix in order for you to be able to hear it. So it's good to know that it's a little more complex than that. So if we start the music up again. I mean, I really like Discord. I think it's a extremely useful tool. There are certain aspects of Discord that I dislike. I think the forum features of Discord are kind of confusing. And I don't like that threads disappear. It's also really easy for people to lose visibility of channels. So like, I think a lot of people don't realize that a lot of people don't realize that you can click channels and roles up here. And if you click channels and roles, it'll actually let you browse all of the channels and you can check them on and off. So like self-assigned roles, I don't need to see that. So I can just be like, oh, it's not going to show up for me. Rules, I helped write the rules. I don't need to see them all the time, so I can just hide that. A lot of people don't realize that that there are channels hidden when sometimes by default when they join. So Kachinga, I think that depends on where you are. I'm not in any discords with kids that I know of, so I don't think it's a thing that I need to worry about. So yeah, it's yeah, a lot of people don't realize that you can hide those channels, and so they'll be like, where is this thing? I don't know where this thing is, and people are trying to explain it to them, and they're like, I don't see it, and it's like because they have it hidden on their channel view. And you can set up the server to have those be more visible, but people can also manually go and change it, and they might have done that without realizing it. That you know of. Well, I mean, I'm not underage, and I'm not interacting with anybody in a way that I would be ashamed of. So, make smart decisions, and make smart decisions for the people around you that are within your that you're responsible for. So, there's dangerous people everywhere. Basically, there's no like truly safe spaces, so be responsible. All right, so I think we got the audio situation handled. You like the way the sun and desert look in the edge of the Little Prince? Yeah, so the Little Prince experience is really pretty. I tested it not that long ago. Just like just to see what was going on with it. It wasn't like an official test. I was like, oh, I want to check this out. And yeah, they did a good job with the ambience in that one. Let's get rid of the thing that respawns us there. Yeah, so you can set up all sorts of custom skies. So if you go to gameplay, ambience, select lighting, there's only a few options here, but you can make your own ones. I mean, it's not, you can't like name it as a preset, but you can go to library, logic, and then you can do it with any of these, but by default it's this weather asset one. And instead of using one of these profiles, you hit custom, and then you can set up a ton of different things. So we can set like time of day. So right now, where's the sun? Right above us in the sky. So we can, oh, I'm changing the cloud density, not the time. There we go. So you can adjust the time very slightly and get the sun into different positions. If I can find it. Where's the sun? I think I skipped past where I wanted it to be. There we go. So this is a 24-hour day here in value of 0 to 1. So a quarter. There it is. There's the sun. So 0.25 is sunrise, 0.5 is high noon, 0.75 is sunset, and 1 or 0 is like midnight, which there should be a moon in the sky. There it is. So it's kind of like Minecraft, where the sun and the moon are like locked together and they just flip around. So if you get the moon size, and the sun size at max, and you go at 0.25 or 0.75. Oh, wait. I keep on changing the wrong slider. Time, 0.25. You can see the sun and the moon at the same time. And so then they'll just like rotate through on opposite sides. But then we can change the cloud shadow color. We can change the cloud light color. Cloud sky color. And we can really start making them real crazy. Sun color we can go nuts with. Blue. And you can really just go as wacky as you want with all these, make it real alien if you want. And you can start doing some real crazy stuff. So it's just a fun thing to like play around with and experiment, and like this is why like people sometimes ask about how to like match certain colors in the game maker, and it's like the color of your lighting is going to drastically affect the color of the assets. So it's best to make the whatever you select in VoxEdit for your voxel art, make that the pure color under ideal lighting conditions as close as you want. But then as you do all this stuff, it's going to change it. And then even like light intensity and sky influence is really going to make a difference. You see how different those colors get. So we drop our light intensity down, everything's going to get darker. Sky influence will adjust how much these colors affect the assets. So you can see that it makes a lot of difference. And then we can go nuts with the stars too. Bam. So all sorts of fun stuff you can do there. Unfortunately, you do have to hit like stop and play every time you want to test your changes, so you can't like see it live changing, which would be cool. But once you get used to like what the different controls are doing, it's a little easier to work with. All right. Panda says, I love the effects you can do with all of the colors, etc. How big is the Little Prince experience? I think it's like a 1x2. It might be a 1x1. Let's see. When you go to the game, it'll actually tell you what size it is. So if we go to experiences and say Little Prince, it is a 2x1. And the art team did a really nice job with this. I don't know if you've seen the movie version that's on Netflix, which I think is what we base this on with our partnership with Netflix. It's a really beautiful movie. But yeah, they did a nice job with the effects and the lighting and making this feel like the movie. All right, so I got sidetracked as usual. You know me. Let's see. We were looking at our Smurfberry bush. And So when we watered the plant, it makes the berries start growing, but we were able to interrupt it by interacting for the harvest. So I want to prevent us from doing that. So the growing animation, I think we want to make this interruptible false. Oh, it is false already. How did we mess that up then? Growing. Do we only have the 2 states? Growing and harvested? Only saw the live action and they captured the nostalgia. I don't think I've seen the live action one. When did that come out? The Little Prince. 1974. Wow. The cartoon came out in 2016? Good grief. I didn't realize it was that old. Oh, that was with what's his name? Gene Wilder. I didn't realize Gene Wilder was in there. I like the way that they manage their space. Yeah, it's so our level design teams are pretty good, but it is nice to have experiences where there's distinct areas. Because if you make an experience that's just like everything's just kind of slapped together in one area, then you don't get a feeling of like breathing room between sections, and it actually makes the space feel smaller. You can make it feel bigger by clustering things with gaps in between, because it gives a sense of travel to go to the next area. Do you think making a poker game is attainable? So basically you can do anything with the logic now, between the message system that already existed and now with the rules, the game rule system having like math and comparisons and stuff like that. You can program basically anything. As far as like I'm not really experienced with programming card games, so there's a lot that goes into making the rules of those games and saying like, okay, these things have a certain value and they can be used in certain combinations and all those factors. That goes kind of outside the scope of what I've learned how to do. But I'm pretty sure all the math tools you need to do that are here. If you can do it in multiplayer or not, that's a bigger question, I think. It's going to be more difficult to do it in multiplayer than, well, I guess programming a computer, an AI, to play against the player would be harder than making a multiplayer mode. So, yeah, you could... If the computer player made just random decisions instead of like logically thinking about what they could do, it might be okay, but it might actually be easier to do a multiplayer game. The difficulty being is whether or not you can see the other player's cards, because you can move your camera and stuff. So it would be difficult to prevent a player from going like, hey, I'm on this side. I guess if you had glass separating and you could only like, you'd have to make them like big cards, right? Like you wouldn't be able to hold them up in your hand. So you could say, like you draw the cards and they appear like 1, 2, 3, like facing you. And it's on your side of the glass, so if you move your camera, it's not going to show the other player on the other side of the glass like that. Like, you know, let's say the flower is your card. You'd be able to see that, and then on the other side they would just see white, or, you know, whatever picture's on the back of the card. The player has a HUD. Yeah, you could do that too. If you used variables, you could have, say, a variable saying what each card is. So you could have, you know, card 1, card 2, card 3, you know, say, I've never really played poker, but I think you get it, depending on which version, you get like 5 cards, right? So you would say card 1, card 2, card 3, card 4, card 5, and it would show which cards are in your hand on your screen, and only for you. Why can't cards be in inventory? You could hold them in inventory, but we don't have a way to pull them back out. So once you pick up an item, it's in your inventory, and you can drop items, but we don't have any way to force the player to drop it. So it would be difficult to keep the game logic going correctly for that. I guess you could boot the player if they're not dropping their cards. Yeah, the inventory wasn't really designed for like card game manipulation so much as it was for equipment and consumables. So you can pick up like potions to give you like a health boost, things like that, or quest items. But cards for poker would be challenging to have that function. Yeah, I'm not... Somebody might be able to figure out a way to do that. I think it would be more fun to have it be like more abstract gameplay. So like if you had giant cards that you could manipulate up on the screen like this, you know, putting them up on a wall, that would be, I think, more visually interesting than sitting at a poker table in a casino setting. I think you could still do it that way, but it just wouldn't feel as fun, and I think it would be harder to do. But yeah, I mean, it's go for it, try it. Like the only way I think you're gonna fully figure it out is if you try to do it. So try doing like some of the basics of like card logic and learn it. I mean, that's how I learned how to do most of this stuff, was just, can I do it? Let me see, and then experiment with it. And if it doesn't work out, try something different. And there are going to be some things that there's some hard set rules that you can't do. Like somebody asked me, I think yesterday, if it's possible to change the player's avatar mid-game, and there's just no option for that right now. As a player, you can go to your avatar here, and you can say, hey, I want to play as this, and it will restart the game with you playing as the other avatar. We are planning on an update to make it so you can change the avatar mid-game as a player without restarting the game. So if you're at a social hub, you can just switch between different avatars, which is not currently a feature, but we're aiming for that. But there's still nothing that will let the game itself change the player. So if you, say, had like 6 different battle mechs that you wanted the player to play as, you can't have a game logic in there that will let them pick one of those 6 characters. They would have to go in as that avatar. And yeah, so that you're going to encounter things that just aren't possible yet with the tool still being in alpha, and you know, there's still new features that have to be added. But as far as like card logic, I'm pretty sure all the tools are there. You'll just have to experiment and learn what logics will make them work the way that you want them to. All right. So that berry bush, why was it resetting? that. So we're filling it up with water, and we put the water there, and then we tried interacting. It did harvest. I think maybe the berry needs to spawn a little bit further away, so that way we don't accidentally interact with the bush. So let's see, where is the spawner? We're gonna do -0.75. Holographic cards. That would be cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you played the Avenged Sevenfold experience, but they did have a casino set up like that with some lizard ladies. Were they lizards? I think they were like lizard strippers. And they had all sorts of like casino machines. That's one potential environment. It's weird that it only does the message as I walk away. What is actually... Because I stood there for a while. I have a game that requires taking control of the avatars. So, I mean, you can force the player into certain positions. So, like, you can use collision boxes or teleporters, and you can force the player to go to certain places. But we don't really have things that will force the player to, like, do an attack or things like that. We kind of leave that up to the player's agency. The player can control what they do most of the time. You can make it difficult for them to, like, open their inventory. So, like, if I talk to Papa Smurf, I can't open my inventory right now, but if I do it real fast... Actually, no, I can't. So while this series of askers is going on, I was spamming I the whole time, and I could only open it after the whole conversation is done. So if you have a series of askers that will mostly disable the player's interactions, although we can still move around a little bit. So if I start talking to him, I can start running away, and... Oh, there's only one conversation bit. So if I start talking to him, I'm just holding W and D to try to run, and when I hit E, I run a little bit, but then he stops me again, and then he stops me again. So if you have some like collision blocks in the way to prevent the player from running during that conversation, you can kind of hold them in place while they're talking. I think we're working on some more camera options, but we can't really direct the player's view yet. So there's some things that we can do to kind of control what the player is doing at certain points in time, but there are still a lot of things that the player can do to kind of try to mess that up. All right. What was I doing? We're talking to Papa Smurf. We were getting the berry bush. Oh, I was moving the berry offset, which I did. So we fill up the water bucket. We water the bush, and the berries grow. And picking up the water bucket still harvested the berry, just because of how close it is. Although the berries didn't despawn. Interesting. Why didn't... Put this down here. The berries grow. And then I pick up the bucket. I think there's an extra message in there because it's not picking up the berry, or it's picking up the berry, but it's not. What exactly is going on there? So picking up the bucket, I'm interacting with the bucket, it picks it up, it makes the berry spawn, but it's not resetting the bush. So if I go to the berry bush, watered makes it grow, interacting with it harvests it. So you want to play as Papa Smurf? I mean, you can do that as a setup for the whole game, but you can't change it to controlling him mid-game. What you could do is you could give orders. So you could say, Papa Smurf, go do this. So if you make it more of like, make it less of like a you running around game and more of like a management game, you could give orders to units. And so you could have like your main character that you're pointing, clicking, go here, go here, go here. And then at some point you could control Papa Smurf and do the same thing with them. But there's no real way to go like, I'm a ghost, and then you possess somebody and you're controlling them. I have some thoughts on that. Like, I have some ideas for that. It kind of the same thing as what I was saying with like a management game, except you basically make Papa Smurf follow your every move, but it's not going to be a one-to-one movement, as if you're controlling an avatar. Now my brain's going on that. That was my brain thinking. Let's see. Yeah, if you controlled like a really small character, so let's say custom avatar. I have like a cameraman asset. Camera invisible guy. So if you were to do something like that, and then you say interact with Papa Smurf, but instead of like carrying him, it would be more like guiding him. So you could almost play as like a fairy, like Navi from Legend of Zelda. So instead of playing as Link, imagine you're playing as Navi, and you're not like tied at the hip to Papa Smurf, but you can run up to a thing and be like, attack this, or go bake that bread, or go do whatever. And then he runs and goes and does those things. You could do something more like that. Yeah, but there's not really a way where you can... I mean, yeah, you could pick up Papa Smurf and carry him around, but it's not going to look like he's walking, and it's not going to look like he's attacking things. It's not going to... it's not like you're going to be... Unless you made it more like Quap. Do you remember Quap? That was the game where you could control like the legs and body of a runner using QWOP, and you could like control the rotations, and you could try to like run a race that way. You could use like your number keys with the rule system and have that be like WASD for Papa Smurf, and be like, you press one of those, he'll move in a certain direction. Press another one, he'll move in another direction. And I imagine it would look something like you'd have Papa Smurf as like a farm behavior almost. And so you press a certain key and it turns on his behavior to try to go towards this. And so he's going to try to move to this, but because all these things would be connected, they're all going to move together. I don't know if it would work or not. And actually, if he turns, they would all turn together too. So if you said go and chase after this one, he'd probably just start spinning in a circle. Maybe. I don't know. It's a little wild. Again, like, experiment with it, see what you can do. You might find some cool things that give you different ideas. Really, the best way to learn these things is to try building them. All right, so we're interacting by picking up the bucket. What happens when we pick up the bucket? So, oh right, it's got a handle, I forgot. So the bucket handle that is just interactive, but we do that bucket up, bucket down. What course of study do you recommend for new developers? I'm in big favor of just organically learning stuff. I don't have any formal training as a game creator. My education is in art. And everything that I know about game creation, game development, I learned through experimenting with game creation tools and then looking up. I mean, I've been doing it since before YouTube, so there weren't any YouTube videos to teach me, but I was looking up text-written tutorials on blogs and stuff. I have bought books over the years, but I'm not the fastest reader when it comes to like paper-bound books. So I've learned a lot more through like blog post tutorials and videos than I have through like textbooks. Textbooks are good and they're important, but they also get outdated really fast. Like I had a book on learning Visual Basic, and I think I owned it for like a year before basically all the information in it was outdated. I mean, you know, there's only so many changes to Visual Basic, but like what I would have wanted to use that for, all of it was getting replaced by like Java and other stuff. So there wasn't like any reason really to learn Visual Basic. So yeah, if you're a fast reader, like check out a book from the library and learn from that. But the game engines are constantly evolving. My wife and I are cleaning out a room, and we had a bookshelf in there and it had a bunch of our college textbooks, and both of us studied graphic design in school, and so we had like old books for like Photoshop. And when we got those books, it was for the current version, which was like I think CS4. I think I had CS4, but then most of my books were for CS5 and CS 5.5. And now we're on Creative Cloud. Like CS is like gone away. A lot of the basics are still the same, like the move tool and selection tools and stuff like that, but there's so many new features that aren't even, we're not even a glimmer in the eye of the developers at Adobe. So like it really, having a CS5 textbook is kind of useless. So, you know, textbooks are good for a certain amount of time, but then they, especially with tech stuff, they do expire, basically. All right, so we're picking up the bucket. We're putting down the bucket, so we've got the bucket up and bucket down messages going on. Let's go to our debug messages and bucket up and down. Those go to the handle. Those are just for the handle, basically. Receiving bucket up does go to more stuff. Senior Espinoso. Bucket full up, empty bucket up, and bucket down. Just bucket drop and full bucket drop. Visual Basic is also still used in Microsoft Office macros. That's not too surprising. Yeah, Visual Basic is still definitely useful. And Blue Tulips has been using it for small, quick projects. Yeah, it's I always wanted to do game development. So Visual Basic for game development is not a bad thing, but there are so much better tools for it. Like, I think I got the book as like I would have been like 11 or 12 years old, and getting that book was just, I was like grasping for anything. I was like, oh, this is about programming. I want to learn how to make games. And Visual Basic is, you can make games with it, but I think it's more like, would you want to make a game with it? And the kind of games that I would have wanted to make with it, Visual Basic was not the way to go. But it's just in 2001, 2002, me having like limited resources and dial-up internet, it was just the book that was there. And a lot of it went over my head at the time, and a lot of it was not focused on the things that I was trying to learn how to do. It was talking about I'm reaching way back in my memory here, but it was probably talking about how to set up arrays and probably do like text queries. Be like, does this phrase appear in this block of text? And none of it was focused on game development. So it's not that there was anything wrong with Visual Basic. It's just I was looking for resources in an area where they didn't exist, sort of. So if you want to make a game with Visual Basic, go and do it. More power to you. I really enjoy when I see people like making functioning games, like playable games in like a Google spreadsheet or whatever. Like, I think that's awesome. But if you're wanting to learn how to make games, it's not the direction that I would recommend going in. I would recommend picking up something like, if you don't want to be working with code, if you want to just make artwork and make game logic with that artwork, that's why I love the Sandbox, because I can set up all these logic things, but I don't really have to code. But if you are interested in coding, pick up Yo-Yo Game Maker, pick up Unity, pick up Unreal, pick up Godot. Learn those other tools that are like focused on game development. You can make a game with anything, basically, but you're gonna have a better time at it with dedicated tools. It's like Doom, whatever can run it but shouldn't. Yeah, exactly. Blue Tulip says Visual Basic is not good for games. You can make Snake in it. It's good for some text handling, easy to connect to databases. Yeah, right. Not Jackie Chan says I dropped out like a true art student, but school was actually a scam. Was in the news even like a year after I left. Oh, students and teachers were great, but administration was shady. No regrets. Yikes. I mean, the school that I went to wasn't a scam. It was a accredited college, but it's I think like college is it's a good experience and you can learn valuable things there, but I think a lot of what you learn in college, depending on what you do and it really depends on what you put into it. For me, probably the most important things I learned in college is what I could do when I focused and was like perseverant, more so than any particular fact, knowledge, or skill that I learned. Because before college, I had never sat and drawn for 8 hours straight. And then as a freshman in college, I learned that I could just sit in a studio and draw for 8 hours straight. And I learned that I could get a lot done. I could do great things when I just put my mind to not stopping working on something. Whereas before, a lot of my, I was in high school and stuff, I was drawing on 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper with pencils. I would draw a comic cartoon and sometimes I would ink it, very rarely I would color it. And I would finish like really small things, but it wasn't until college that I started working on really big things that took weeks to finish of working all day, every day. And that was really what I got out of college was learning what I could accomplish with a dedicated amount of time. New quest, pick up the letters and take them to cell A12 to make a formula that will make the sum equal to 42. Yeah, I mean, you could do data validation and have drop-down lists and like, I mean, really, there's games like that, right? With kind of like Wordle, but with math. I can't remember what it's called, and it's like, you have to figure out which numbers solve the equation. So you can select any digit 0 through 9, but you can select it only once, I think. And then you have all your operators, and you select which combination of numbers and operators will equal the goal number. The only thing is I don't know how to randomize it, but I know you can add scripts. Excuse me. I know you can add scripts to Google Sheets, so maybe you have a script that would like randomize the number when you open the sheet, and then you just solve the equation. See, I don't know that I would say all college is a scam. Like I said, I think it depends on what you put into it. So there are things that like, yeah, you can learn a lot online, but it is helpful to be able to talk to somebody whose job it is to show you the right way to do things. I would not want to get surgery done by somebody who had only watched YouTube videos to learn medical procedures. I would definitely want somebody who had been to medical school and learned the right way to do things so they don't end up killing you, right? Yeah, trust me, I'm a YouTube certified doctor. Yeah, no thanks, I will pass. Sorry, Panda. I will go get my appendix out from somebody else. Go West says, I advise healthcare students, and yeah, I'm glad they have to go to college to work at a hospital. Yeah, absolutely. I got like a beard hair stuck in my tongue. So yeah, college can be very important. There are some college courses that probably don't need to exist. But I don't think college is a scam. I think the way college was sold to people was sometimes a scam. And definitely like the college loan system is problematic. I've finally paid off my student debt. But I think there are a lot of people who had it a lot worse. Like, I was fortunate I had like scholarships and stuff, so my loans weren't even that big. But I didn't even get a degree with the, like, I ended up dropping out of the first school that I went to, which is the one that I got the loan for. So I don't even have a degree. I basically paid all that money for nothing from that school, except for the experience of learning that I could sit in the studio for so many hours and get stuff done. My college ended up being free because I had a Pell Grant, and I qualified for certain things, and then I was a student teacher. I worked for the school as a student, so they actually paid me to go to school. I was very fortunate that things worked out in my favor that way. So I would definitely say my college experience was not a scam, but there are shady schools. So yeah, it's important to do research, and I think there are certain degree plans and certain courses which are not necessary, and people end up paying a lot of money for them and not getting anything out of them. So it's and unfortunately, you're at a time in your life usually when you go to college where you don't know how to make those educated decisions because you're still getting educated, right? As a an adult in your mid-30s, it's really easy to like look back and go, that was a good decision, that was a bad decision. But at the time I made that decision, I didn't know any better. Comic book style webcomic. I worked on something like that. I never got very far with it because I ended up working for the Sandbox. But I had an idea. For about a year, I worked at Staples at the Copy and Print Center. And I had some wild customer experiences because people would expect certain things or request certain things or just like kind of not understand what we did. And I don't know. I should have it saved somewhere. Oh, here we go. But I need Dropbox logged in. It might take a minute for that to load up. I'll show you what I did a long time ago. This was like the first few months of me learning voxel art. Here we go. So if you've ever been in a Staples, this is basically what it looks like behind the counter of the Copy and Print Center. I was doing all the boxes because we would do the FedEx and UPS shipping. Paper boxes, what it looks like all stocked up. And then let's see. So I needed to reference the height of the comic drawn characters. There we go. So my general manager at Staples was actually really nice, but she did kind of have a Karen blonde haircut. So that kind of composited into like a character of a disgruntled customer. It like looks like my manager, but she was actually supposed to be a customer. I never really went anywhere with this. This was just kind of like experimental stuff. I was testing out how it would work, and so I did stuff like I wanted to... How do I zoom in? Can I zoom? Please? Why is the zoom grayed out? Like... Zoom! It won't let me zoom in. But I did stuff like compositing, like doing a reflection and some blurring for depth of field blurring, doing the shadows and stuff. It was fun, but ultimately not something that I really ended up wanting to do. Oh yeah, my projects never really die. They just lie bubbling softly on the back burner and occasionally need some water poured onto them so I don't set the house on fire. That's why I still have that, all those files. So that comic would have been called Pinheads. But I ended up not. You know, I think the moment is gone for that one for me. I'm not really interested in... Like, I can tell the stories, you know, in a conversation, but it's not something that I really want to make a comic about. But that was a brief idea with my voxel art stuff. All right, so we still need to figure out why, when we pick up the bucket, is it not resetting the berry bush. So it was supposed to be harvesting interacting with the bush would spawn the berry and harvest the plant. So here we have interact plays the harvested animation, and the message is picked. That's what's supposed to be spawning the berry. And then our berry spawner is spawning with interact. So I think it should be spawning with picked instead. So let's try changing that to picked and see if we still get it. Try Windows key and plus to zoom in. Oh, I need to put my character back. Let's see. Renders, pinheads, posits, Windows key plus. Whoa! Ah! What did you make me do? So the buttons are there, they're just grayed out, and I don't know why. It's weird. Oh, you know, I can show you the whole composite process though. You know what I miss? I miss Windows Picture and Fax Viewer. I liked that better than all of whatever this is. So so this was the process here. So this was the base render, and then I had a layer that was the voxel art like size placeholders, so that way I could scale the characters correctly, the hand-drawn characters. You can see that they're actually rendered in the space. I just used transparent voxels, but you can see the reflections here. So this was just a reference. Then I sketched it in. I had a Wacom tablet. And then I was probably using Sketchbook Pro. Autodesk Sketchbook Pro was usually what I was using at this point for drawing stuff. And then an ink layer, and color it in, and shading, and that was the composite into the space using the original base layer, and then adding in depth of field and shading effects. So you can see there's no cast shadow and no blurring and no reflection, and so that was just a final layer. So there's a bunch of stages to like composite that in correctly, and it was, I think part of it was like, do I really want to do that for every cell of a comic? Would be a lot. Not Jackie Chan, got him. Yeah. Sandbox is a good vehicle for many animation studio type experiences. Yeah, I mean, I love animating in VoxEdit. I the issue that I had with 3D art before is that it was not intuitive for people who learn spatially. So like, I love building with Legos. I always have. I've got little Legos on my desk, and this to me is intuitive. This is like building something with solid objects. I understand low poly and modeling and sculpting and ZBrush, and like, I get how that stuff works, but it's not the way that I know how to build things with my hands. So I remember trying to do those 3D tutorials of like, oh, you start with a cube and then you extrude this face and then you rotate it and then you scale that face and then you extrude another face and now you've got a teapot or whatever. Like, I tried those, and I never quite grasped how I would effectively model that way. And a lot of that kind of modeling isn't even how it's done anymore. A lot of it's using ZBrush and using more traditional sculpting techniques, which again is not something that I ever really trained how to do. I did a little bit of sculpture in art school, but not a lot. But for me, placing voxels together to make a model makes way more sense. And even taking what starts out as a voxel model and then throwing it into something like Blender and manipulating the faces, that to me is even more intuitive than traditional 3D modeling techniques. So having voxels as like a basis for me is really what made me finally get working in 3D. It also helped that Blender's a lot better than when I first started. I tried learning Blender in like 2003 or something like that. And Blender was like half the buttons weren't labeled, and there was no YouTube to show you what to do, and the documentation was barely there, and it just I didn't, I was a kid. I was like a preteen, young teenager. I didn't have a budget to buy Maya or 3ds Max. Poppy's been using Blender to try to make a Roblox game. Can't get her to make a Sandbox one yet. Panda, I'm disappointing you. What, before we left for our trip, I can't remember if it was Felicity or Maggie asked me, how long are you gonna work at the Sandbox? Like, when are you gonna be all done? And I was like, whoa, I'm not even planning on that. Like, I have no, I mean, I have plan Bs of like other things that I could do, but I have no like exit strategy really. I'm not like on my way out the door of like, here, I enjoy what I do. I want to stay here as long as I can. So that question, I was like, do you want me to leave the Sandbox? But I think they're seeing more of what I do now. Occasionally they watch my streams and that they'll I mean, you've seen them invade my stream before. They'll pop in and start watching what I'm doing, so they're interested, especially when they see stuff like Smurfs and Care Bears in here. But they're not quite ready. They might do okay. I could set them up on one of my other computers and see what they do with it, but it is still a lot. Like, there's a lot on these interfaces that 6 and 8 is a little bit on the young side to try to figure these tools out when they don't have any other sort of experience with it, and they're not super technically inclined for this kind of stuff. When I was their age, I was goofing around with computers more than they were. It's nice if they're going to ask when you're going to retire. Not soon. TM. All right. Oh, we never tested if our thing is working better now. So I changed that to picked. Oh, I keep on distracting myself here. So we're going to change to our player. All right. we pick up the bucket, we fill it up with water, we put the bucket down, we pick the bucket up. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, it was very slow to spawn the berry. I think we need to play let's see, Smurfberry bush, picked. So we need to do message at start is picked, not message at end. Oh, come on. Click it. There we go. Let's give that a try. Game Engine's progress has changed the game to fit the technical side and creative hands. Yeah, absolutely. So when I really started getting into game creation was when I found RPG Maker. I had messed around with some basic tools, or more like toys. They weren't like real game creation engines, but I had messed around with some software that was aimed at kids to create. But it was just a demo. I didn't have full access to it. And so that kind of like planted the seed of like, oh, I can make games. Like that's a thing people can do. And then Game Maker really interested me a lot, and I tried getting into it. And I wanted to learn how to code. I think I was determined to learn how to code because I wanted to be a good programmer. I think I had this idea in my head that if I used the visual scripting that Game Maker, and this is Mark Overmar's Game Maker, which is now Yo-Yo Games Game Maker. I had this idea in my head that if I didn't do it with real scripting, then I wasn't a real game creator, and that put a roadblock up for me where I was setting up a rule for myself that wasn't true. Now you could do more with the scripting than you could with the visual scripting system, where they, the plug and play system that they had. So like it was good to learn scripting, but I think I set myself up for failure by saying like I wasn't really doing it unless I learned to code. And the problem was I never had enough time. I was a kid, I was doing school and I had karate and stuff, so I couldn't ever really focus a ton of time. Plus I was doing it, incognito. My parents did not support me messing around with video game stuff, so I was kind of hiding the fact that I was working on this stuff. So I never like really got the chance to learn as much as I needed to, and by the time I would get back to working on a project, I would forget syntax and stuff. So trying to force myself to do the actual coding was not productive for me. But when I started messing around with RPG Maker, that was a lot more my speed, and it allowed me to be more creative, because right off the bat I was making maps and I was making NPCs and I was making interactions. So having kind of those shortcuts to those behaviors like we do in the sandbox really helped me to start understanding the logic behind games, because now it wasn't just how do I make a character walk around randomly? How do I make them face the direction they're walking? Like all that was kind of set up. You had the sprite sheets and you had the NPC logic to have them move around. That part was easy. Then I could start focusing on, oh, I want to talk to the NPC. I want certain triggers to flip switches and make quests happen. Make this door unlock when you talk to this NPC. That really got me more into the game design aspect of it, the mechanics and the creation. So being able to kind of skip past the more foundational stuff because it was already there really helped kickstart it for me, and then I was able to go back and be like, okay, now if I want to make in Game Maker, if I want to make a player move around, you know, I need to sense that the arrow key was pushed down, start playing the sprite with certain animations, start moving them in that direction, then sense that the player lifted their finger up off that key, and then we're going to stop them on a certain animation frame, all that stuff. That came after, and it was a lot easier then. Had a lot of fun with Portal 2 level editor, played some of my old levels recently, and impressed yourself. Nice! I always wanted to get into Quake 3 modding, and I never actually got the tools to work. When I started playing first-person shooters was in college, really. I mean, I had, like, obviously I had, like, played a little bit of, like, GoldenEye and Turok, but I never really gotten into them. I didn't have an N64, so... it wasn't until I was in college that I started playing Quake 3, Urban Terror, and Padman's World, I think is what it was called. And I learned about the modding tools, the level editors, where you could create custom levels, and I thought it was really cool. But you needed, like, I don't remember if you needed a license key or if it was just the software download, and I was on a Mac, so getting the tools that I needed just wasn't happening, and I was busy with college, so I never really got into it. I was not a Jehovah's Witness. I was just a kid with undiagnosed ADHD, and my parents saw video games as a they didn't believe in ADHD, but they did believe that video games were detrimental to my focus. And now it's how I make a living, so they're kind of okay with it now. I got really salty because after I left for college, my grandmother bought the family a Wii. And so my younger siblings all got to play video games as kids, and I didn't. I was so mad. I'm significantly older than my siblings, so they were still pretty young when I left for college. My brother was 11 when I left for college, so they were 11, 9, and 7 when they got their first video game system. I was very salty. All right, so this is working now, I think. Did we test it? Oh, I wanted to test that the berry spawns faster. So I put down the water bucket. The berries grow. I pick up the bucket. Nothing happens. I interact with the berry bush. Smurf berry spawns instantly. And we didn't get a... Oh! The Smurf berry bush looks like it could use some water. Okay, so that message is firing really super late. Why? Let's save, and then let's figure out why that asker is showing up after I run away. Is Jehovah's Witness the one where you're not allowed to drink caffeine? Or is that's Mormons, isn't it? I think that's Mormons. We drink a lot of caffeine. My parent, I don't know if my mom, I don't think my mom has ADHD. I am 95% positive my dad has ADHD, and we've all convinced my daddy has ADHD, but we realized that that's probably why he drinks a pot of coffee a day, because it lets him focus. We are heavy caffeine drinkers in my family. All right, so what is doing that asker? This Smurf berry bush looks like it could use some water. Message required is Smurf berry. That doesn't make any sense. I think that was a mistake. So turned on message. Okay, initial behavior state is on, and then we turn it off when we water, and then we turn it back on when we pick it. What does Smurfberry 1 go to? Okay, this should just be interact. I think. Cocaine. No cocaine, though. We like our addictive substances to be legal in our family. All right, so we had Smurfberry as the message, which was what happens when we pick up the berry, I believe. Presets, Smurfberry. When we pick it up, what's given the Smurfberry message? Sending Smurfberry. Smurfberry bush. It's sending it. On the speaker. We were interacting. Oh. Why were we doing it that way? Oh, I remember. Okay, there is a reason why we did it that way. So, because this is an animated decoration, we couldn't do the asker. We were doing speaker with interact to trigger this happening. So it should be Smurfberry. However, legality is a construct. Yes, but I live in the construct, so it's important to follow the construct because that's where I stay alive and my things stay my things. If you don't like constructs, then you shouldn't live in a house and you shouldn't interact with other people. Constructs are important. So we get the asker. So turn on message is picked. Not all constructs are good. True. Not all houses are built well. So I think because we're picking up the berry, so picked is the message that sends when we interact with the Smurfberry bush. Yeah, so we get messages start picked when it drops the berry. That turns on this one. %. Yeah. Well, I've heard that those 2% don't always necessarily stay in the pool easily. I think it says as much about the 2% as it does about the 98%. So we picked up the berry, and then we run off with it. Message required Smurfberry. And then what was sending Smurfberry again? It was the interact with the bush. Were we getting that from something else? Because we weren't really interacting with the bush. We had already run off. Is there a duration on it? Interact. I guess we don't need to have it turn back on, because once the player knows how to water the bush, we don't need to remind them. So we can actually just have it turn off and not turn it back on. And I think that will... Sometimes these decisions are like... Instead of fixing the problem, we can make the problem irrelevant. Like learning where to cut a certain thing is okay. Like, we want the player to be able to interact with this and have this hint and interact with it as many times as they want at first. But once they've picked up the bucket, once they've filled it up with water, once they've put it here and made the berries grow, there's not really any point in reminding them what they need to do. I think that makes sense. A plant breeding game to breed for traits. That could be cool. The thing to look out for, at least in the sandbox, is that if you make... We don't have a way to programmatically make assets with certain properties. So, like, we can't add attributes to already spawned objects or to objects that exist. So, like, I can... I have to walk away and come back with it. So we need to make that interaction a little bit better. So when I spawn an asset and I like want to put certain tags on it, I don't have a way to add more tags based on like a combination of things. Now you could, with the rules, you could set certain variables, but it depends on how you want to do it. But ultimately what you're going to end up with is like, if you want there to be, 30 different kinds of lettuce, or cabbage, whatever this plant is, if you want there to be 30 different kinds of this flower, and you want them to be distinct from each other, you can't really, there's no way in the Game Maker code to like, make differences on these flowers without having all of them already made. I'm going about in a weird way of saying it, and I'm having a hard time formulating the thought. So let's say you want like different lengths, different petal sizes, different colors of petals, different heights for the flowers, things like that. We don't have a way to, in the Game Maker, modify those things on a single asset. You're gonna either have to upload one asset with a bunch of different animations to select each of those different looks, or you're going to have to upload a bunch of different individual assets for each of those looks. We don't have like mutators to change an existing object. You could add like different VFX glows and stuff, but as far as like the model itself, you will need to like take the time to model all those different versions if you want to have that visual in game. Now as you spawn the assets, say you have like instead of doing like a color, let's say you wanted to have like a hardiness factor. So like if you have a hardiness of the plant is at a level 1 and a hardiness at a level 3, and when you breed them together it could be anywhere between 1 and 3. You could do that with variables, but it would be, you would need to define variables for like each plant, and it wouldn't track with like the individual plant object. Like you can't have a property on this plant of hardiness. It would have to be in the rule system, and it wouldn't be connected to this asset. So if you go and move this asset around, it's not like it's carrying that trait with it. I think you would need something like an array to define like plant 1, plant 2, plant 3, and then all the attributes for those plants. And we don't have an array system in rules. So there you would have some struggle, I think. Yeah. And arrays are, again, this is where it, like, I'm an artist and not not a hardcore coder. Setting up something like an array is like not, it's that's where I gave up on Visual Basic. But again, I was only like 12, so it's just not something that I've done in the Game Maker, and I don't think I have really a way to do that. I just realized it's 4 o'clock. Goodness. We've got an hour left of stream. So time's going by really fast. Yeah, so I mean, you can definitely, people have made crafting systems where like you put in, one asset and another asset, and then a third asset gets made. But I haven't really seen them carry like properties through generations. I don't really know of a way to do that in the Game Maker. But there are definitely people smarter than me who've used these tools and have done things that blew me away. So if you're able to figure out something like that, that'd be super cool. All right. So that's working. It was the berry collection that I didn't like. Oh yeah, Sandbox, it is still early. We're still in alpha. There are still lots of features being worked on and added. One thing to think about is like if you really want to make a plant breeding game, I think you should do that. the sandbox might not be the place that you want to do that. So you might, if that's what your heart's set on, you might want to try a different tool. I would say definitely try it in the sandbox, see if you can get it to work. But I think you would probably need something like an array, at least, to get a system like that working, and some like object-oriented variable stuff. Like we have the variables, but we can only define so many. I don't think there's actually a limit on the number of variables. But it's the fact that the variables are not specifically linked to an object. The variables kind of exist in their own system in the rules. So if you spawn an object, you know, the hardiness variable is not linked to the existence of this object. It just is a thing. How many dimension array? 2, 3, 4 more? I don't know. I mean, for plant breeding, I guess you would just need a 2D array, right? You want to define each plant and then its attributes. Blue tulip maybe going over my head. And technically, I mean, so while I said you can't tie those things to objects and like, I mean, you can make physical manifestations of logic in the game. So I've seen people do like the stuff that we can do in rules. I've seen people do similar things before the rule system existed, just by setting up so many messages going back and forth, because you can set up binary logic gates using, it's like redstone programming, really. But that's, you know, that is a little more advanced than what I look to do. Would be cool to create new instance on command. Maybe a limit of 10 to 20 instances can be created at any one time. Future, maybe. Yeah, I think it would be nice for players to ask for a new instance within certain limitations. So like empty instances need to be closed. A new instance, you know, not within you know, maybe not more than one a minute. So like you don't have like 5 players all going like, I want a new instance, and then they're all just kind of sitting there alone in their own instances. It's like, what was the point of that? Like, a new instance has just been made, please wait. I mean, that's kind of the point of the instance locker, which is currently not available to creators, but the idea for the instance locker is like, if you have an event, say like a boss fight, or you could do like a movie and say, okay, the movie started, lock the instance, the people who are in here watching it are going to watch, and if more people want to join this experience, it's going to make a new instance for them, and the movie's going to start from the beginning, right? But it would be nice to be able to create a new instance on demand, but have it be like once every 5 minutes per user and once every minute per experience, or something like that. So that way you're not just making a whole bunch of empty instances where the server's just kind of sitting there chilling. That way it would be, you know, not abusable, really. Lots of ideas that are currently doable in the sandbox, excited to produce. Absolutely. I have so many ideas. That's the curse of ADHD, right? It's like, I just have ideas all the time. They just don't stop coming. I've been nonstop having ideas for decades. And, you know, it's nice when you get to keep on working on one and like see it come to fruition. That's the goal. That's the whole point of this stream, is for me to be able to just keep on working on these things until they're done. Because a lot of times I don't, as far as Game Maker stuff goes, I haven't been able to dedicate a lot of time to working on a single project and finishing it. Because most of what I do for the Sandbox is like art related, and then when it comes to the Game Maker, it's like, what's new in the new version? Let's check out all the features. Are we going to make a full game with it? No, because there's so many features to get through, and then there's a new version, and we're going to look at all those features, and yeah. So now, no matter what new features come out, we've got this stream, these 8 hours a week for me to dedicate to just making a thing until it's done, whatever those features might be. Work is such a time stealer. Yeah. Yeah. The great thing is I'm working on the things that I want to be working on, but I also want to be working on other things too. All right. Let's see. Has it been playing the same song for a while? Or did it restart the playlist? I feel like I've been listening to this song for a while and like just didn't notice. Has it been switching up different songs? Oh yeah. I remember when Speaker Component came out, that was such a huge, that's how we triggered everything. That was everything. It's been looping the same song for 2 hours and nobody said anything. My goodness. You see how it just became background noise to me and I did not even realize. I thought the loop would loop the playlist, but it actually looped the single song. I don't know if I can tell it to loop the playlist from this embed. It might do that automatically, actually. I think it does that automatically. I added like 28 new songs to this playlist. And we've listened to one of them like 50 times. Oh man. That's great. Oh man. I think my brain's still in vacation mode. All right. What were we doing? I don't even remember anymore. We fixed that. The berry, the berry capture. We need that to happen automatically as soon as it sees the berry, basically. So let's take a look at our berry logic here. So we got the indicator, we got the health. I think the health is what we were using to destroy it. Instant death message is berry collect. Message broadcaster, berry collect. It only turns on after we get to that point in the quest. But the broadcast duration is once. I think we could have it be forever. We could have it send only once every second, so it's not constant. Okay, there's something missing there. Berry collect, everyone range forever, wait before broadcast. Okay, so we don't actually need to see it, we can just, we don't need to wait for the broadcast. Just have it send. And then we can turn off our toggle speaker. I think that was just to, yeah, we don't even need the speaker now. So I set up this little, the little music indicator down here because even though it's royalty-free music, they did ask for attribution, but it's a bunch of different artists, and because it's constantly playing, I don't have to keep on telling you like this is by Rocco W or you know whatever. And we're streaming to multiple platforms, and so it's difficult to kind of put those things in there. So it's easier if I just show it on screen. So I did a little just a little HTML code, just a very basic. Was that part of the song? That was interesting. I just took the iframe. If you go to a YouTube playlist and share, you can select embed, and it gives you an iframe link or iframe code, and then you just put that in a basic HTML body, and then you can embed it in OBS as a web link. But did you do it in Visual Basic? No, I did it in Notepad++. Just good old-fashioned basic HTML. All right. So we got that harvest. Here, nothing's gonna happen. And the berry auto completes, and then we get that. Sweet. Hey PG Metaverse OG, how's it going? More than I'd have done. Well, you know, I get paid to do this stream, so I may as well you know, this is my day job. So I might as well do things the right way and try not to get the Sandbox in trouble with you know, a chiptune artist going, hey, why are you using my stuff without attributing? It's like, because it said royalty free. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean you can't attribute. Like, I like giving people credit. People make cool things. I want to tell everybody about it. Ooh. I hope we change that. So, like, the 1 HP is okay, but I hope that becomes an option, because it does feel silly to, like, fall and then still have 1 health left. It's like, do you need to put, like, damaging blocks at the bottom or a void just to do that final little bit of death? So, interesting. So, the potion spawned, because the berry being there. Wait. Does it just keep on... Why is there still a potion there? How many potions did I make? Oh, is it because it's sending that message constantly? Berry Collect and Smurf 4 does it. One question that are assets in future sales receive royalties? Yes. Well, I mean, that's the way the contract is set up. So, if you minted any assets on layer 1 with the old Sandbox asset contract, those don't get royalties. Like the code isn't in the contract. But asset sales for Sandbox assets do receive royalties now, as long as the platform respects royalties. I am sure. Because I don't think I've had any resales on Polygon to like prove it for myself. But that is what was defined as the way the contract was set up. It actually says it on the Sandbox when you sell the stuff. What is going on with that? I don't know if that's the YouTube player or if that's just the way the songs are, but at the end of every song it's doing that weird like noise. It's weird. So if you go to your wallet, so the way the contract is written, there's a 5% fee on top of every asset sale, and half of that, 2.5%, goes to the Sandbox Foundation, which is what supports the DAO, and the other 2.5% of that goes to the original artist as a royalty. So on the first sale, there's not a royalty because you got the first sale. But if what is this? Meta Carnival? I don't remember getting this. Where is a Polygon asset? So the panda hat. That was for an event. I don't remember getting it. Was it airdropped? Because I don't remember seeing a claim for it. So if I say list for sale, it's very, very tiny. But we can zoom in. Marketplace fee, 0%. Creator royalties, 5%. We redistribute half of any royalties owned to the creator. So if I list for 100 sand, total potential earnings, 95 sand. Because 5%, and this is actually different from how it worked before. On layer 1 assets, if I set the price for 100 sand, it would list for 105 sand. It might still do that for layer 1 assets, I'll have to check. But, this is, well, actually this would be 2.5% to Sandbox Game and 2.5% to the Sandbox DAO, or to the Foundation Treasury. Panda did not make this asset. It just so happened that while Panda is here in the chat with wearing a hat that looks exactly like this, this asset is not by Panda. So, yeah. So 2.5% or 2.5 sand in this case would go to the Sandbox Foundation, and 2.5 sand would go to Sandbox Game as a company. Goes to the Sandbox. And so yeah, you can see total potential earnings. Oh, you can't see because of the music. There we go. Total potential earnings 95 sand. When I set the price at 100 sand. Oh, cool. You can schedule the listing too. Which is... okay. It's a little different from the way that used to look. Now, if I go to a layer 1 asset, like... was it the Black's Armored Hat? And I list for sale. See, if I set it 100 here, see, there's no little note there. See, and it's just going to ask for that. So, so while I put 100 here, it does say a 5% commission for the sandbox will be added to the price of your asset once you put it up for sale. So you see that that note is different from the layer 2 note. This is a layer 1 asset on Ethereum. I list it for 100, but the sale price is 105 sand. And that full 5% goes to the sandbox as a company. Well, actually, I don't know if that goes to the Sandbox or to the Sandbox Foundation. I don't remember who gets the profit of that sale. Now, something to note. Where'd the panda hat go? There is a note here. Marketplace fee 0%. Yeah, they did for a short while make it so 0% was taken. So, Panda, do you know if that's going to change and what that'll be? And what will it make it look like? Will that turn that 100 list price into 105? So if I say 100 sand, does that mean that there's a 5% on top going to the sandbox? And then 2.5% to the asset creator and 2.5 to the foundation. Yeah, I'm not sure either. I don't know if it's going to be 10% or 5%, and then maybe it would redistribute these. So, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it would be a 2.5 marketplace fee and a 2.5 creator royalty. I don't know. We'll have to see what that changes to. I mean, you know, we have people we can ask. We'll figure it out. But yeah, that's all the stuff is noted there, so you can see what the breakdown is. But there, on layer 2, there are now royalties. Gosh, it would be nice if layer 1 got royalties. I have so many assets on layer 1. It's too late for me. Holders of the VIP NFT will enjoy early access to and exclusive areas within our metaverse experience. Meta Carnival. Did this thing already happen, or is this upcoming? Because I don't remember seeing this before. Oh, AIA. I did see the AIA thing. I missed that before. This was in Hong Kong, right? I think I remember this now. Yeah, so as the original seller, you get your full sale price. But if you're selling secondary, that's when royalties take effect. So obviously I'm not going to see royalties because I get the full amount for selling my own asset. I'm not going to see a royalty fee on that, but I would see royalty fees on somebody reselling an asset that I sold them, of an asset that I created. Okay, did we fix this, or is this still broken? I don't remember where we were at with this. Okay, yeah, the potion still... So it's because that berry collect message keeps on sending, but that's not what we actually want to have spawn it. The berry being destroyed is what we want to have send it, so... health, edit logic... Instant death messages berry collect. And then message sent, and after dies is crate. And I'm talking to Papa Smurf. Okay, so now the potion should only spawn when the berry's actually destroyed. Except it didn't actually create the potion. Is it because it's a spawned asset? Is it doing that thing where it's not sending the messages? I think that's why we did it the not ideal way. Broadcast type to all. Message sent as crate. Message required. Right. That should work. I felt like the death messages were working. It's because it's toggled off. Message on is crate. We don't need it toggled at all. you know, we can toggle it on with the conversation. Drink my potion for a surprise. That's Smurf 4. If the berry's already destroyed, then the crate's not going to work there, so we need another message. Toggling on with the killing message was what we were already doing. The problem is that it was toggling on, but then it didn't receive the message. Hey, not Jackie Chan. I mean, Yumali Talks. So the issue is that we already put the berry there. The berry was already destroyed. And now we've talked to Papa Smurf. So if I see toggling it on with Smurf 4 and using the Smurf 4 message, I think we're gonna have the same issue. So I basically just need a relay to kind of delay getting that message. So like we put the Smurf berry here, we accept the quest, and now we've put it in the crate like we're supposed to for the quest. Drink my potion for a surprise. So it's not spawning there, so we still need the berry. So we need something else to send that message, just in the case where the player has already put the berry there. This is what I was talking about at the beginning of the stream, when I was like, a player might do things out of order, and we're trying to make sure that things still make sense for the player when they do them in the wrong order. Those Twitch points aren't going to farm themselves. I mean, they kind of do, right? I mean, you just have to have Twitch on to get those points, right? All right, so Smurf 4 is what toggles it on. We do want that. And then the berry dying is what actually makes the thing spawn. But because we've already killed the berry, I mean, we can also just not have the toggle, and he can just make the potion. I don't like that as much, because then it kind of skips all the conversation. But this is about giving the player agency to do things in the order that they want. So we can make it so there's no toggle, and the potion will just be made automatically. Again, it's about like cutting for simplicity's sake. Talk about the Smurf. Potion gets made. So in the case that we drink the potion before, so now when we talk to him, he's gonna say drink the potion for a surprise, but we've already done it. So this would kind of have a skip. The toggle on for that is Smurf 5. So interacting with the potion should also send the Smurf 5 message. Actually, having that one key as a respawn button while you're testing is actually pretty helpful, and I kind of think I'm going to leave that in so I don't have to keep on typing respawn while I'm testing. So we can actually skip the whole quest now without ever receiving it. Oh no, that's not what I meant to have happen. Panda says I fixed it. What'd you fix? What were you working on? Or are you just making fun of me? There was a chance that someone could cheat by standing to the side and pressing to spin, and they'd be able to keep doing it with 0 coins. I fixed it so if someone did try to cheat, they'd get respawned back home. Ah, nice. Okay, so we want the Smurfberry potion to spawn with Crate. That's fine. But we still want to toggle that with Smurf 4. Okay, so we should have a VFX, and playing the sound effect is going to cause the thing to spawn. Right? So let's add VFX and a sound. Let's do the sound first. Do we have a sound effect for when we spawn? Let's play sound, event treasure found. Let's use the same one. Okay, so both Smurf 4 and Crate should be able to trigger this. Or maybe just something else will send Smurf 4 under some conditions. See, Panda and I have the mindset of like, we like breaking into these things, but more like a white hat hacker kind of way. We're not trying to do this maliciously to like advance our own gain. We just enjoy thinking about those problems and then trying to patch them. So it makes us like focused on being like, how do I get around the rules? And how do I make it so nobody else can get around the rules? All right, so Smurf 4 plays the sound. I think we don't want the VFX and sound every single time we make a new potion, so it's okay to do it just on the first one. Message to play, Smurf 4. Interruptible, no. Message to send is going to be Crate. Now, if I bring a berry there before, hey, got a raid from One Box T. How's it going? You're back. One Box T was here earlier. 780-ish. What? That's crazy. Trying to get 1,000 blocks turned over. That's insane. Has anybody at Touche Studios beaten it? Is the question. Has anybody ever beaten it? That is very close. Mr. Gnarls says no, nobody's beaten it. Craziness. So how do you know that? How do you know that it's successful at the end? If you can't beat the game, how do you know that the ending victory works? I guess that you would just lower the limit to see if the logic works and then just up it. We 3-person tried it before the release, sorry. Oh man. Alright, let's add a VFX. Someone did it with magic farts. What was the one we used over here? It was the curse spell. Global scale of 2, circle color. It is a multiplayer game. PG Metaverse OG. It's multiplayer, and the other players can mess you up. Which is why it's the worst game ever. That's crazy, though. One other player falling can reset all your progress. That's insane. I love it, and I hate it. No VFX? Did I forget to say that the message? Message to turn on, that helps. That was Smurf 5. Smurf 4. Makes a difference. So it's multiplayer, but you're creating single player messages because you only want one player. Oh, yes. Sorry. I thought you were talking about the game that we were talking about, not the game that we're making. So, yes, this is also supposed to be multiplayer, but it's for a quest. So, all the quest logic is single player because it's only for the individual player. So, every message, all the things in the chain for this quest is all single player. So, these... the bucket is a pickable item, but it's single player, so other players won't see me carrying this around. It's all single player logic for that. Makes it a lot easier to manage, and other players can't mess you up. Where's my VFX? I thought I fixed that. Is it because the visibility is off for the asset? I don't think that matters though. Because it was enabled at start, that's why. OneBucksD says, alright guys, I have to catch some Z's. Alex, hope you have a good rest of your stream and catch you guys later. Alright, OneBucksD. I'm finishing up here soon as well. I am starving. I'm gonna have lunch/dinner. Alright. We didn't even start working on that crowd event yet, but that's okay. I really wanted to clean up this logic, so worked better. So it made more sense. It's annoying when games are like, you gotta follow it and there's certain rules or it's not gonna work. Now it should work. Hey, there we go. Just take a long time for that to spawn though. Smurf 4 is what spawns it. Or crate is what spawns it, actually. I think we're at a point where I'm going to say good enough. Like, I would like that potion to spawn a little bit earlier, but I would have to make an extra, like, timer logic. And I don't feel like it. Like, it's pretty darn close. I mean, it does show up right at the end of the VFX, which I think is appropriate. So, I think that's good. Make another one. Wait. Where's my berry? Uh-oh. We broke it! We can only do it once now. Okay, let's save and see if we can fix that real fast. So we'll be getting ready to raid somebody soon. So if nobody's already streaming the Sandbox and you want me to raid you, you should start playing the Sandbox. Or building the Sandbox, either one. Right. So why is this not letting me spawn another berry? I feel like it was not that long ago. So message required for the asset spawner is picked. And the berry bush has the message grown at, so it is playing the growing animation. Message at the end goes to grown. If we look at our inspector, grown sends out and then should be received by the berry spawner. Toggles on with grown. Hey, Rust Guru has a watch streak of 3 streams. Nice. So initial state is off. And turn it on with grown. So at the end of the growing animation, it is now grown. And that should be toggling on the spawner. And that spawns the berry. That then toggles it off when we spawn it. Or no, I think we're relaying. Asset spawner, error logic. Okay, who's sending picked? when we interact. So it plays the harvest message, plays the harvest animation. That's because it's playing it at start. That's what we changed. Not Jackie Chan says, I feel bad for not using Twitter more. Sorry, not sorry, I guess, but I might post something the next day or so. I mean, it's fine. Twitter is its own, like, I like Twitter. I don't like a lot of the things that have been happening to Twitter. Twitter has gotten worse in a lot of ways. I wonder why. Let's get back here just to get this quest out of the way. Alright, so we got the Smurfberry bush. We water it. Take the bucket away. We interact, and where's my berry? Where are my berries? Where'd my Smurfberries go? Now it's not spawning them at all. What did I change? Wow. I don't remember doing anything that would have changed that. Smurfberry bush. So the growing and harvest, that part works. It's the spawner, for some reason, which stopped working. So we turn it on with grown, which allows us to pick it. Interacting with the bush picks it. So that's when we get the spawning of the item. Alex with 100% concentration. Trying. I mean, like, I don't know. I didn't think we changed anything to that in a way that would make a significant difference, but it just stopped working. I'm wondering if I should just like exit and come back and maybe it'll be fixed. Why you no work? Alright, let's just exit entirely. Open it back up. Hey Alex, you're still live. This is Web 3. What does that mean? Oh, this is Web 3 from YouTube. I thought you meant like you're live in the Web 3 metaverse. So I'm like, yes, usually. Hey there, how's it going? From Twitter. Oh man. I just need this to be working when I stop. I don't know why it suddenly stopped working. Between YouTube and gaming, I don't have much time for other distractions. Oh, everything is a distraction from everything else for me. Some distractions are good, some distractions are bad, but everything is a distraction. Because there's always competing things for attention. Alright. This better spawn a berry. No berry. Why? What changed? Okay, let's go through our logic here. We are getting the growing and harvested animations, right? Let's double check. Let's double check. It yells at us that it needs some water. We get the water. We dump the water. It plays the water sound effect. Pick this up, carry it away. The berries grew. And then we make the berries ungrow. And that's where we're left. So the Smurfberry bush should be working correctly. What we do without our distractions. Get one thing done at a time. That's what I do. Instead, it's like my brain can't multitask, but it's constantly trying to, even though it doesn't need to. All right, our animations. So we're growing. Play count 1, time between plays 0, play condition, watered. It does play successfully the growing animation. Message at end is grow. It's not interruptible. It's been that way the whole time. Message is grown. Smurfberry bush is sending it. That's what we're looking at right now. Receiving it is the berry spawner. It should be using grown to toggle on the spawner. Grown toggles on the spawner, which has an initial behavior state of false. Good. The spawner is on now that the berries have grown. How many people are watching total on all platforms? I don't think I get an accurate number on that. Because right now it says that 0 are watching through Twitch. I mean through Twitter. Twitter flipped on it, and I think it's because I called them out. Because Twitter used to be saying that I was getting thousands of viewers a stream, which I was 100% sure was false. Because I'm pretty sure, even though our Twitter has tens of thousands of followers, I don't know how many are following Twitter on Sandbox. Or Sandbox on Twitter. Good grief, I can't talk. My brain is shutting down. So the Sandbox has over 1 million followers. So I think that Twitter, it says 2,200 on Twitter. So maybe Restream changed the way it receives. So Restream used to report what Twitter said, but I'm pretty sure that's just impressions on the tweet, which I feel is Twitter fudging their numbers to make it sound like there's more viewers of your stream than there actually is. It's like, oh, 2,200 people saw your Twitter stream. I'm like, yeah, they saw the tweet. Did they watch it? Are they watching right now? And Restream was reporting that number as concurrent viewers along with other platforms. So right now it says we've got about 40 viewers, but that's not counting anything from Twitter. So who knows? Analytics, and Restream might just not be reporting that number at the moment. It literally says 0 viewers on Twitter right now, which obviously if Panda and Charles are currently commenting from Twitter, that's not true. So I think the analytics are just messed up right now. Yay, technology. All right, so we've turned it on with the grown message. Then we interact with the bush. Maybe there's something with the bush interaction that's not working. So let's go look at the bush logic. And Pandonian is here too. I wonder who that is. All right. So speaker, we interact and it sends, oh, maybe that's suspicious and Smurfberry. Why did I change that? Interact. What is the spawner looking for? Spawner is looking for picked. Which one do I want to be using though? Message picked is being sent by no one. That would be the problem. It's being received by both the toggle and the asset spawner. So that turns it off and spawns the asset. So I think we want picked being our message. Smurfberry's being sent twice. Smurf berry bush. So this is where it's supposed to be picked. And it's receiving. Okay, the interact is supposed to be sending picked here also. So nothing is supposed to be using SmartFairy. Picked and so nothing is sending or receiving SmartFairy anymore. This should work. It's gonna yell at us. Good. Hey, we got a berry. Ooh. Let's get another one. Hey, we didn't get another one. Why not? Now we did. There's a 5-second delay. It only lets us spawn one every 5 seconds. So if we go too fast here, it's possible that we skip it. So we spawn one, and unnecessary doing this. Yeah. So I think we don't really need that because it's single player anyway. So it's not like we're going to be loading up the server with a ton of these berries. So the spawner, delay between spawn, it's okay if it's just 1 second. It doesn't make a difference. Interesting. So it's not the spawn delay. Oh! Well, hello. You were just slow. Why is that slow, though? It wasn't slow that time. Why are you like this? And now it's working fine.
I don't understand it. I mean, this is really only a problem if somebody's spamming it and being weird. Like just play the game like a normal person and it'll work fine, but why is it being so picky? We've already spent 25 minutes on this. Bush needs time to grow another berry. It does. It does. It needs time. What's this A3 message? Message at start. I usually pick named messages. So it's sending A3 for nothing. I had added that delay for a reason, but I don't really remember why. I mean, I think it's fine. I kind of wish it did the effects and stuff now. I'm regretting not having that happen. But I think everything's working now, so we're good for the moment. So, yeah, I think we will have to call it a stream. What am I missing? Oh, right there. Alright. We're gonna call it quits here. Ugh. That was stressful. I think I accidentally changed the message somewhere, and then I didn't realize I'd broken it for too long. So it took me a while to figure out where I had made the change. Who can we raid? Anybody live on twitch.tv playing the Sandbox? Who's it gonna be? Oh, I see Andy Ritchie is live. Ooh, it looks like he's showing off his new ledger. So let's go ahead and raid Andy. There's no numbers, right? It's just Andy Ritchie. Oh, it doesn't work when I do it through a restream. Try it over here. Alright, go have fun with Andy. I will see you all tomorrow as we do some mage raids. Have a great rest of your day, everybody.